everybody. Welcome to TBR Harvest / Fablen Sprints. I have two Fablen representatives here today with me. Very exciting stuff. I also see that so many people are already here. Hi, friends. Thanks for being here. ML, working away, grading quizzes. I do not envy you. Hello, Katie. It looks like you're doing some side questing and crocheting. That's awesome. Hi, Glenda. Thanks for telling us to click the like button. I appreciate it. Hello, Jamie. You'll be reading A Dark and Secret Magic. And you're loving it. Amazing. Yes, let's stay hydrated. I have my water here in the wings. I also am treating, yes, look at us. I'm also treating myself to sparkling water, peppermint watermelon. I know. Look at me.
I also have coffee
and I have iced tea.
You want iced tea? I also have coffee. We have all the beverages. It's going to work out. It's fine. But yeah, so today we are here for two different readathons, but also if you're not doing either readathon or you're doing a different one, maybe you're doing Halloween-a-thon or you're doing Black-a-ween, whatever it is, you guys are still welcome to be here and hang out with us. And yeah, be productive. I'm thinking we may go longer than usual today. Usually we only go until 6 p.m. So we only go for 4 hours. But because I'm not sure when Margaret's going to start, she's still trying to figure out her schedule. We may go until 6:30. So we may go an extra half an hour just so we can kind of redirect you all to go there. If you don't plan on being here that long, I've wasted breath, so don't worry. But I thought I would tell people in case they left, came back, and wanted to be there for Margaret's sprints. So yeah, that's the plan. We're going to be redirecting to her. But today, we are going to try to be productive, try to get through some of our Fablen prompts. I'm going to see if I can at least dedicate one sprint to Tress of the Emerald Sea, because that's going to be for the Emerald Key. Literally, there is emerald in the title. I think Margaret had this in mind when she was choosing that prompt. And I will be reading it physically. So it's going to be a bit of a slower read for me because I've been in a really immersion read lately kind of mood. So I'll have to adjust to that. But I also have a lot of admin stuff to do. I want to respond to a bunch of comments. I have a thumbnail I need to make, editing for my Thursday video. And then also I may just do some setup. I might not record today, but Bucket Listathon, I have Danny's very fun game board. So if anyone is interested, go check out Danny Dabbles. That's starting mid-November. So it kind of gives you a bit of a 2-week reprieve after these major readathons. And I'm very excited about that. So yeah, but anyways, let's see what my fellow guests are doing. Neva, what are you going to be up to?
I am going to finish Daisy Jones and the Six. I'm listening to the audio, which I've never done before. When I read this, I read it before the show came out or whatever. But I read it physically. I think this was the last book that I read as a physical book before last week when I read Home is Where the Bodies Are. I did finish that book physically. Did it take me 3 days to finish it? Yes, it did, but it's fine. It's fine. So I'm going to finish that. And then after I finish that, I'm going to start Tress of the Emerald Sea as well. So this actually works for me and works for Fablen for the revisiting a book prompt. And then it also works for TBR Harvest because when I spun for my prompts for TBR Harvest, I got book to film adaptation because this is a show on Amazon Prime. And then this one does not work for TBR Harvest, but it does work for Fablen. And I do have the audiobook for this because I'll be honest, I didn't realize how exhausting it is to hold a physical book when you read it.
And it's physical, isn't it? It's not physical. It's hardcover. You got a hardcover version?
Mine's a hardcover because I got mine at Target for it was 20% off or whatever. And all they had was the hardcover. But I just when I read Home is Where the Bodies Are, that was a hardcover too. And I had to take the thank you. I had to take the the jacket off, and then I had to find a position to sit in that was comfortable.
A lot of times I have to have a big blanket propped. I can set the book down on it.
And I'm just sitting here you have I have been truly a privilege to have a Kindle because the Kindle is so light. Like I can sit in any position with the Kindle, you know.
Mhm.
And like, I never really feel tired holding the Kindle, and I was like, I've just been truly privileged to have a Kindle and not have to hold physical books all the time.
Yeah. Oh, but the audio is really well done for this. I thought about putting myself on hold for it, but I don't think I'm going to get it in time.
I got it from Hoopla.
I was gonna say, I think Hoopla has
and
it.
There was no wait for Hoopla when I got it.
Yeah.
Maybe check
I
it.
have Hoopla.
Because I checked Libby first and they only had graphic audio. And I'm always very weary of graphic audio. I know this is like, I think this might be marketed more like YA, but I'm still like, I don't know if I want to hear like all your grunts and groans and sighs and whatever. But I did grab it off Hoopla, so maybe check.
I'm sure I have access to it then. That's really exciting. Okay. Wow, interesting.
Well,
Well,
I went to Hoopla and it was like available now. And I was like, oh, great.
yeah, because I have some instant borrows left that I haven't taken advantage of. So literally everyone is saying, I know, Rainey, that you liked it. Just wasn't, a huge thing for you.
I don't know if I am a boat girly. So
I'm a big boat girly. I love boats.
I do love a travel book, so
I love a travel. I just don't know if I'm a boat traveling girly. You know what I mean? Like I love like a car trip boat.
Yeah.
Or car trip boat. No.
A car trip boat. A boat on wheels.
Like a car trip boat, or like if they're like living in an RV, sign me up.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Everyone is obsessed with this book, so I'm really excited to try it. And yes, confirmed, I can access the audio, so I'm gonna be immersion reading it.
Nice.
Well, Julie, what are you up to today?
Well, I think I'm at the point in the readathon where I've started too many things. So I'm going to try to read How to Sell a Haunted House because I haven't picked this up in a few days and I am physically reading this. But I'm also listening to Chaos at the Lazy Bones. I forget what the last word of this title is.
Yeah, it's a long title.
Yeah. I always want to say society or like something like that. So, so I'm also listening to that. So I'm going to try to like alternate so that I encourage myself to read this and get
smart. Are you still undecided how we feel about that book?
I haven't read anything more since we talked, so
okay. Yeah. Here's the thing. I am a person who like I don't get upset. I mean, I like give my friends crap for not liking my favorite books. But Grady Hendrix is one of those authors that I'm like, I understand if you don't like something written by him because he's weird. Like he's a weird. And I don't mean weird like in a derogatory way, but he writes very weird horror. So like,
how much have you guys read by him? Like how much experience you guys have with Grady Hendrix? Because I've never read anything by him.
Let me just double check before I put my foot in my mouth. I think I've read 3 books by Grady Hendrix.
This is my third.
But I also get Grady Hendrix and freaking Riley Sager mixed up all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. So okay, I've read My Best Friend's Exorcism, Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. That was my favorite one before I read How to Sell a Haunted House. And I pre-ordered How to Sell a Haunted House. So I read that one. And then I've read Horror Store, which I only gave 3 stars. I didn't really like that one. And then I read We Sold Our Souls, which I gave 5 stars. But
so you loved that one.
But no one else liked We Sold Our Souls.
See, I do want to try that one from him because I liked the Southern Book Club and I liked the parts of Final Girl Support Group that were the flashback parts. So I like the like older setting with him.
There's a lot of like present day, like they talk about like Selena Gomez in We Sold Our Souls. Like there's a lot of like pop culture in it, and I listened to it as an audio. I do own the book because it has my copy of it has black sprayed edges, which I've been told is just how you get the book. Because I ordered it years after it was like I ordered it specifically for boy bands when we did that because it was Rainey's team pick for boy bands, and so I specifically ordered it for that, and it came and it had black sprayed edges, and I was like, did I get a special edition? But I guess that's just like the way that it comes.
Some books are now like they're just being published with those like sprayed edges, and
it
there
came
isn't
out in like
another version.
It's a backlist book. It's not like a new book by him. So I got the audio because I was working nights still at Taco Bell in Indiana, and I listened to it and I absolutely loved it. I know that like Rainey's whole team hated it. Brittany tried. I think she might have given it like 2 or 3 stars, but she said that she didn't really understand what was happening because like it gets really weird. Like it just kind of takes a real sharp turn left, and then after that, you're just like along for the ride. But I really liked that one. So I guess I've read 4, 5 books by him.
Yeah.
And Horror Store was my least favorite. But I'm wondering if it's because I read it during Amazing Readathon, during Face Off weekend, and I didn't have the physical copy. Because I feel like maybe if I had immersion read it with the physical copy instead of reading it on my Kindle, because like the physical copy looks like an IKEA catalog, if maybe that would have brought me more into the story. So I do plan on retrying that one later because I actually want to own that because it reminds me of like a coffee table book.
Yeah.
I just really want to own it. I think it looks cool. But I mean, I gave it 3 stars, which isn't like a terrible rating, but it's not great for me when it comes to Grady Hendrix.
Yeah. What I've realized is that there are books where I'm like, it should be advertised that you should have a physical copy. Like, I don't know like how that works. And obviously it's some of it's subjective, but there are sometimes I'm physically reading this book and I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I have the physical copy. I don't know how my experience would be different if I only had the audio. Like, would I realize listening to the audio that I would have a better experience physically reading it? Like, like sometimes I don't even think about that.
Yeah, I'll say like Daisy Jones and the Six. I'm glad that the besties were like, you need to listen to the audio, because I will say the audio is really good. And I gave it. I mean, at the time I wasn't doing 6 stars when I read this originally. I was only doing 5 or up to 5, and I gave it 5 stars. Like, I really did enjoy it. Like, I thought it was a fun time. A lot of people were like, oh, I only gave it 3 stars because I didn't like the way it was written. I personally love to read interviews, so that didn't really bother me. The mixed media was really good. I say this in the vlog that this book will be in. I do think that whoever they picked as the narrator, Jennifer Beal, I think it is, for Daisy Jones, her voice fits Daisy Jones in my head better than who they she's talking about We Sold Our Souls.
I know, yeah, well, you missed this comment. I was like, oh god, I figured she was talking about the same book. Yeah,
but I think that the narrator's voice in the book fits way better in my brain than the chick that they picked to act her out. I think that as an actress, she did great. Her singing was good. I just wish that her voice was a little bit more Stevie Nicks, if that makes sense.
The woman from the audiobook is so good. She like sounds like someone from the 70s. Like she does. Like
she just has like a Stevie Nicks like rasp to her voice. Yeah. And that's what I wanted in the show, I think. So like the show was good. I rewatched the show. It's like a comfort show for me at this point. Yeah. But I did feel like I was like, I get like we have to in Hollywood, you have to cast people that fit the whole thing, right? You need somebody who has the voice, the aesthetic, and like with this, the singing voice, like you can't, you know what I mean? But I was like, but I just wish they would have picked someone and it had a bit of a raspier voice, I think.
And I think like the audiobook cast sounds like they are older, reflecting on things, whereas like the show is supposed to be set during the
time,
during the whole
so we're following them as they grow, as opposed to reflecting like we do in the book.
Yeah, I think that speaks to there being a right place and a right time for an adaptation. Like 5 years later, you would have cast a completely different cast. You would have had a different person playing, Daisy Jones, or like 5 years earlier. Like, it's all very kind of relative. And I don't know, like, I feel like as soon as you sell the rights and they're like, okay, we're going to make this, they're not patient enough to find the right person, which is fine. I mean, people still really enjoyed the TV show or whatever it is. I haven't seen it,
It's
but
a TV show.
yeah. So, but anyway, there's a few comments I want to get through. Neva, I'll mail you horror story. Okay, well, you can keep an eye out for that.
Honestly, I don't think you'll like Horror Story either. I'll be honest, just because I know what Rainey reads. I think even if Rainey was not so heavy into her romantasy era, I don't. Even if she was still in like a deep like thriller horror era, I just don't think Grady Hendrix has been kind to Rainey.
Yeah, I'm determined to try him once, but I just don't know if he would be for me either. So we'll see. But this is I feel this. I prefer listening to an audiobook while also reading along. It's nice. You can still get the key details, but your like brain isn't as like you can kind of not be as focused because someone's reading the words for you. So it's very relaxing. Yep. Hello, Tracy. Welcome to the party. Also, we see Swank is here, and you're reading Hospitals and Hexes. Perfect for the season. And then Rainey hasn't watched Daisy either. Oh my gosh, you rage quit? The adaptation after 30 minutes. Okay, I was going to be like, what? Oh, no. Yeah, interesting. Haven't watched Daisy Jones either, despite liking the book. It's been so long since I read it. I feel like I should reread. Yeah, or maybe like it'd be nice to have the distance so you're not comparing so much. I mean, who knows? Hello, Roop Krubin. Good to see you. A smoothie sounds delicious. Yes, Rainey's living her romantasy life. The love will never die. Not sure if I'm biased because I read Horror Story with my mother and we took turns reading, which made it fun. Oh, that sounds really fun. Like really interactive.
I think I should have just sucked it up and done the audiobook for Horror Story, if I'm going to be honest. But my thing was I was like, I paid 99 cents for this on Kindle Store when it was on sale. Like it was like in a like I own a couple other Grady Hendrix books on my Kindle that I've already read, like We Sold Our Souls, simply because when I always check Kindle deals, and at one point they were like 99 cents or $2 or something like that, and I was like, I can't pass that up. A Grady Hendrix for 99 cents, you know?
Yeah. This one, Anna, it'll be interesting to hear your thoughts because I have this book. It was actually given to me by Vanessa, Dr. B, when we kind of did a meetup and then we all exchanged books. And I was like, I probably would never buy a Grady Hendrix, so I should just like take this copy that she's giving out. So we'll see if I ever get to it. Also, hi Joshua, saw you came in. Also, we have Ej here. How are you? Joining with Jawbone, awesome. I'm actually more focused when I listen to an audio while reading. It helps, and I think that also speaks to like different brains set up different ways with audio. I agree. And then audio helped me through the first few pages for sure. Okay, nice, good. Yeah, I really like having the audio just in case. Sometimes I want to physically read, but anyways. All right, we have reached the end of the comments, and also just in time. Hi, Jill. Welcome. The Spell Shop. Everyone loves it. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it too. Okay, so we'll do a 45 for now. I know that's very short. Usually I do an hour, but because we're trying to juggle and time it right to move you guys over to Margaret, we'll do a 45 for now, see where we're at. And then we can always adjust, do an hour, go back to 45, whatever we want to do. But yeah, thanks for being with us, friends. We will see you in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back, everybody. I see that we had some people join us, and while I say hello to them, if you've been here, for the past hour, do a bit of a self-care check. Make sure you have water, a snack, all that good stuff. But we did end up having Christy join us. Hi, Christy. Reading Mother May I. Also, Sadia's here. My birthday twin, by the way. Sadia and I have the same birthday. I will never forget that, I don't think. Also, Tuesday. Hi. You're reading Clown in a Cornfield. I had a really fun time with that. It's like a YA horror. I haven't continued the series. I know that book 3 just came out this fall. I think One Clown was good for me. Hello, Jamie. Yeah, Scary Clown in a Cornfield. I had my dose. I'm fine. We can move on.
One's good.
1, maybe 2, 3. We're crazy. Oh, we don't need this. I don't need more nightmares. We're fine. And also throwback to when people used to dress up like clowns and just be in places. What a weird time. We forget that happened.
That was a weird time.
Yeah, it was very strange. I was really excited when I saw that Jamie commented this reading, starting on the Mr. Campion series, Crime at the Black Dudley. I don't own this one. This is the first book that I think technically Allingham ever wrote. And Jamie, you're supporting me because I've got 4 Marjorie Allinghams that I need to read if I want to, read my purchased TBR, because I bought 4 of those this year. And this is your first time reading The Black Dudley. I know that Jen was saying that she really enjoyed that in the comments. And yes, just got the notice for a pre-order of Agatha Christie's Marple. Woohoo! I've got the Poirot edition, but I don't have the Marple one. So eventually I'll be picking that up myself. So very nice, Jen. I ended up in that sprint. I read part 1 of Trust of the Emerald Sea. So I read maybe 27 pages. I didn't realize, look how beautiful these little in between each part is. It's really lovely.
Wow.
Yeah, it kind of gives it a storybook-esque kind of thing. So yeah, as soon as I got to part 2, I was like, okay, let's pause. And then I've been cutting out my little cards for Bucket Listathon. So I've been doing that, and also the must-read reads one. And yeah, I was I can't remember the last time I cut paper. I was I don't know. It was very weird realization. But how did you do, Neva?
Sorry, I was trying to find the page number that I left off on because I'm not following in the book. I got to page 202. So this, I'm listening to this at 2 times speed, but it claims that this chapter that I'm on, that I had to stop in the middle of, we're not going to talk about it, is 3 hours long.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a long chapter.
Because the way that this book is broken up, it's periods of time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the one I'm on is Aurora 1977 to 1978. But this is a whole chapter.
Wow, what a weird way to section the book. Yeah.
But then it's broken up. There are I guess what you would consider chapter breaks, changes.
There's a space break at certain times, or just yeah.
So there's certain spots here, this would look like another chapter.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just kind of a break in time, and then they continue, with the interview or whatever. Okay. But yeah, this book has me laughing and wanting to cry, so that's great.
Woohoo! Love it. All the emotions. Also, just want to quickly give a shout out to Lotta, because Lotta's also doing 13 videos in October, basically 15 days of Halloween. And I've been meaning to catch up, Lotta. I'm very excited to just consume your content and binge it all, but I had to give a shout out. Also, glad you're loving your book. Anyways, Julie, how did you do?
Good. I'm almost at 50% in Chaos at the Lazy Bones, and I'm at page 76 now in this.
Ooh, so. I didn't even mention before, you're reading very different books. Obviously, very different vibes, because one is horror and one is cozy.
Yeah, it's interesting to switch back and forth, but it's kind of working for me right now. Mm-hmm. But I'm intrigued at this point, Neva, with this one.
Okay.
Intrigue is better than not knowing.
I'm afraid it's gonna get I'm not gonna like an aspect of it, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh, nice.
Message me about this aspect because it might be what Rainey didn't like, and I was like, if it's what I think it is, which is what most people don't really like about the book, I'm like, I don't know how to help you with that. Just it's okay.
We'll see.
Yeah. The Invisible Library. I think that's by like Genevieve Cogman. I've been meaning to read that series. I've borrowed it numerous times from the library, and I always return it. So, Katie, if you like it, and you're reading the 4th book, okay, you like it. No, I don't even. Never mind. Obviously, you like it. Napped. Oh, yeah. Everyone, take a nap sprint, take a cozy sprint, but also you still read chapters and strawberry smoothie. Everyone's having smoothies today. I think Rope Crewman had a smoothie. Now Sammy's having a smoothie. I'm jealous. Listening to chapter 5. Also working on your 2024 reading journal challenge. Ooh, that reminds me. I also need to update my bullet journal. And I realized, I know it's like only October, but I was like, I'm going to have to buy my 2025 bullet journal at some point and like get it set up. Crazy. Oh, also, I highlighted this comment, Katie. Have you read Christy, Tommy, and Tuppence? Yes, I have. So I've read the first 2 books in the series. So I've read Partners in Crime. That's the second book. For some reason, I'm listing them not in order. I read The Secret Adversary, and then I've read Partners in Crime, the short story collection. And it's so fun. Like, I think that it's a great place if people, want younger protagonists, these 2 young guns who are adventurous, doing a little bit of an espionage, and they're very funny. So, yes, I agree, Katie. They're very fun. Also, Linz was here. Hi, Linz. 36 pages. That's awesome. I think I can do it in one more sprint. You're so close to finishing then. Awesome. And then we switch to not finishing, but DNFing. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. And I can't remember what book you said you were reading. But you know what? If you need to, you got to, just move on. Some people can't DNF, but when you can, it's easier for you. There's too many good books out there. Got to 58%, getting all the feels for these 2 main characters. Ooh, Alice really touches my heart with memories of my first husband. Oh my gosh. Those types of connections are so far and few in between. Like, we connect to books all the time, but when they really hit and can bring you back to a certain time for yourself, that's awesome. So I'm so glad, Tracy. Hello, Saluna. Ooh, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Finished grading essays, still here. Sounds good. Also, I don't know, Neva, if you noticed, but you might have to scroll up. I didn't share it on screen because we were trying to get through other comments, but ML had like a dream about you. You're going to have to scroll up and see what she's talking about. I'm so sorry, ML. I was like, I'm
just getting all the all the love today because Brittany messaged me, Voxered me, and I guess she like talks about me in a video that's coming out. I'm not gonna tell you which one, but she talks about me. So she was like, I just wanted to warn you so you don't watch it and like get like punched in the face like with emotion.
Aw, it's so sweet.
I was like, oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, so you go check out that dream. I didn't want it to miss it while ML is still here. And Louise being halfway through upgrade. I know your last comment, Louise, I did track that, and you said that you were enjoying it, but you felt as though maybe it was making you feel kind of stupid. Like, at times you didn't really understand it, but you're slowly getting through it because it's English, very scientific. I know, I'm sure I so much respect for those who can and read in a second language, especially something that is like scientific or has even, harder language. I mean, Louise, I'm just so impressed.
Just to answer, I found it. ML, if you planned me an in-person birthday party, like if you called me and you said, I need you to clear your morning, I would do it. I probably wouldn't even ask any questions. I probably wouldn't even need you to be like, I'm planning your birthday party, so clear your morning. I'd just be like, it's cleared. And when people are like, out there, why is your morning cleared? I'd be like, I have no idea, but it's cleared.
Also, Invisible Library's fun rompy adventure series. Okay, I mean, again, I saw that you were on to book 4, so you're clearly loving it. I also have noticed that my library has been like slowly adding the ebooks. I don't know, people must be requesting them. So like Libby, I'm like, okay, I guess I could borrow that soon. Even though they've got the physical copy at my library too. Kekai, I can't remember if that's a host favorite in Fablen right now. Or if not, I know that I've seen it a few other places where it's been a host favorite. Like I know it was for the Goddess Complex. I can't remember if someone actually put either way, Cecilia. It's been on my radar. I've been meaning to read that. Jawbone, nice. Wanted to try. Oh, that's right. That's what you were reading. Oh, I do remember saying that word. Wanted to try it till 50%. You're too confused. Yeah. I mean, it's nice to be able to have the goal to be like, I'll read up until like page 100 or 50%. But if you already know that you can't get to it, it's a smart idea to not do it. 7% in A Ghost of a Chance. Ooh, it feels maybe like a paranormal romance or a paranormal kind of cozy. Decided to read this for Pumpkin. Woohoo! I know there aren't many books with pumpkins. That was my fault. I realized after I made that, I was like, I have no options for my own readathon. But the Chaos at the Lazy Bones bookshop has a pumpkin on it.
I'm having fun with this.
I was like, I'm not going to pressure you to ask how you're doing with it. I thought it was fun. I know it's been like kind of 50-50 where some people just haven't vibed with it or the audio has been off for them. But yeah. I enjoyed it. I was like, I usually don't like cozy mysteries, to be honest.
Yeah. Like it's very, it's a little pointed in its references.
Yeah, like, for sure.
Like, but it's a lot of fun, I think.
You know, like, I think that's very cozy mystery though. Like they always have a theme that they lean into. This one just leans into Halloween.
Yeah.
Like, so I feel like if you don't like it, then that's probably the way it is. But yeah, that's why I'm like certain cozy mysteries that are like focused in, say like certain crafts. I'm like, I feel like I'd appreciate this if I could do that craft, but because I can't, I don't get the like different Stitch references.
Right. And because it's like bookshop and book related, I feel like it's very easy to like, I'm like paying attention to it, but when she starts to talk about her bookstore, I'm a little like tuned out. So it's a very like easy read.
It's slice of life, isn't it? Actually, I guess a lot of like cozy, there's a certain level of cozy books that are slice of life at times. And that one, it does have slice of life in it. That's true. But also, hello, Bree. Nice to see you. I feel like it's been a little while since we've connected. I hope you're doing well. Also, ML responded about the dream.
I would give you my entire day. It's fine.
Yeah. And also, hi, Renee. Reading The Book Thief for a book club. Ooh, modern classic. Julie uploaded.
I did.
Julie, you did. Can a mod, if there's a mod in the comments, I'm not sure if we have any today. Oh, you do? Okay. Please make sure we have the link in the comments for Julie. Woohoo. Thanks, Ro. I appreciate you.
I forgot it went live just a few minutes ago.
Yeah. Ooh, probably 3:15.
I think I am. Yeah, I'm a mom.
You should be. Oh, you said hi. I see you. Yep. Yeah, you have the wrench of power. I was gonna say, I was like, what the heck? Also, paranormal cozy. I was like, definitely paranormal. The pun made me think cozy romance. Got it. Happily Haunted After. Oh, it's the second book in the cozy romance series. Very nice. Didn't read. Watched BookTube. That's something that I need to do. I need to do like a productive YouTube watching sprint. I say that every week, and then I don't do one. There's just so many other things to do. But also, hello, Livia. How was your evening? I hope you're well. And then A Dark and Secret Magic is a great, cozy, witchy Halloween book with many pumpkins and cats on the cover. Jamie, you found the gold mine. Oh my gosh. Okay. And you've got a review video coming out. Oh, perfect. So if you're not, be sure to make sure you're subscribed to Jamie, because that sounds like a really good video. Also, Julie's video. Woohoo! Everybody check it out. That should probably be your first thing this coming sprint, guys, if you want to go watch it. I'll probably that might be my first thing. I'm going to watch it while I'm cutting out this stuff and getting things ready for the next readathon that I'm doing, because we're always doing a readathon. But we have reached the 15 minutes almost. We've also reached the end of the comments. So I think we're just going to let us let us ride to the next 45-minute sprint, and then I'll check in and see how long we're actually going to go today so I can get the redirect set up. But we'll see everybody. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I know that we had quite a few people join during that sprint. Hello, Livia. I know you said hi earlier, but you told us what you're reading, and I think it's fun that you're reading a Brandon Sanderson book like, two of us on screen are, and you're working on diamond painting, which is awesome. I know that Heather had to leave us, which was totally fine. I know it can be hard when you're like, hey, depending on where you are in the world, what you got to get done, you gotta leave. But also, hello, Stacy. Stacy's here. Welcome. I see that you are reading Icebreaker physically, and then on audio, you've got The Red Pyramid. Jamie missed our last chatty bit, which was so sad because we were talking about Marjorie Allingham a little bit. I'm glad that you are reading Crime at the Black Dudley. You're gonna have to let me know what you think. And also, I know you picked up the book because of my check-in, which I just think is really fun. We're gonna have to talk about that author together. And Tracy also gave like this really sweet compliment about, me giving yummy reviews. Ooh, they're tasty. I'll take it. Also, Rachel's here. Hi, Rachel. We also have Kirsten, the reading nymph. Hello. And Kirsten's reading a book that was on my purchased, Q3 check-in, The Queen of Poisons. So, and it counts for the fireplace prompt, which I think is very exciting. Yeah, that's the third book in the Thursday Murder Club, or not the Thursday Murder Club, the Marlowe Murder Club series. And I need to get to it. Also, need and help. Found 2 books. So you're struggling with finding a book with a cult or cultish plot. You found 2. Station 11, I Feed Her to the Beast, and the Beast is Me. I haven't read the latter, but I've read the first one, and I agree with Jen. Station 11. It's great. I really like Emily St. John Mandel. Like, I read 3 books by her, and I adore them. So that's my recommendation. Also, Danny, hello. Yes, the thumbnail. Speaking of. So, also, Danny has just, posted her vlog for round 4, her reaction to all of round 4 of Battle of the Booktubers, the books that they recommended her, as did the competitors. So if you want to, go check out her channel. Be sure to go to the playlists, and you can catch up with round 4 if you need to. I need to watch all of those. I ended up getting to page 50. So I've read 50 pages of this book today. I'm pretty happy with that. Also, while I was getting ready for the Bucket Listathon, also hosted by Danny, I filled out my community cards. So I have a bunch of community activities. I tried to get creative. But then we also have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. You got some good reads for your Stuff Your Kindle Day. Awesome. I also know that Sarah's sprinting, I believe now, may have started at 4 o'clock. So if everyone wants to go say hello to Sarah, Danny's joining her. And then, hello, Jess. I know you did sleep in. 9 a.m. for you is practically half the day away. But time for good coffee and some breakfast. I might actually be getting myself some decaf coffee because that sounds lovely. But okay. So we've caught up as far as who joined during that sprint. I already updated you guys on how I did. I got to page 50 for Trust of the Emerald Sea. I'll probably edit in the next sprint. But how did you do, Neva?
I watched Julie's video and I commented on it.
Me too.
I watched Julie's video and I'm really bad at commenting. So I have to but I wanted to comment in Julie's video. So I made myself sit with it open on my phone because then I will comment. But if I'm if I start a video, because I have YouTube Premium, right? So I can lock my phone. So if I start the video and then I go and then I lock my phone, I'll just listen to it like an audiobook and I will not comment. So it's fine. But I loved her video. It was great. And then I made it to page 243. So I have the audio says 1 hour and 20 minutes left of this book, and then I'll start Trust.
Ooh, yeah, that's right. They'll both be reading it together. It's fun because I'll probably be putting it down for the rest of the day while you're picking it up. So we're trading off. We're making sure that Trust of the Emerald Sea is being represented throughout the entire day. But Julie, how did you do?
Good. So I made a little progress in each book. So I'm just over page 100 in this, and there was a lot of drama.
A lot of drama.
A lot of drama. And Cozy Bones was not dramatic. So, but thank you both for commenting. That it's always nice to get comments.
Woohoo! Yeah, I saw Neva's comment before I commented. I was like, I saw that she was here first. But yeah, it was really fun I got some recommendations from you. And then of course I got to see some books that I also love. So it's always really nice to see that. But yeah, it's a tag actually created by Danny. For some reason, we're just talking about Danny today. So if anyone wants to do it, check out her channel so you can like see what the prompts are. Meanwhile, Fantastic Land is like horror cannibalism. I haven't read it myself. I think that she's enjoying it so far. I'm not sure. I haven't checked in. Ended up picking up Station 11. Okay, so you're the first chapter, and I'm glad I've picked it up. Yes, good. Okay, I really like Station 11. That was my first experience with her, actually. Since then, I've read, what have I read? Sea of Tranquility. That's my favorite by her so far, but I also enjoyed Glass Hotel. I really haven't picked up a book by Emily St. John Mandel that I haven't liked. Didn't do much reading. Totally fine. Booked a hair appointment. That's something I need to do. I want to go to my hairstylist, cut my hair, debating about doing something funky, but probably won't because I'm scared. But wishful thinking. 4 months. Oh, let me see here. I missed your last comment. I think I put it on the screen, but I hadn't had time to read it. Clearing a haunted house and everything, and forgot to save your game. No.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry. That's honestly, I've had that happen to me before, and that's why I'm a chronic saver now. Whether I'm, doing a game, whether I'm like editing something, too many times has a program suddenly shut down, or I've like exited not thinking, and then I've lost all that progress. So I'm sorry. Oh no. Ironically, I'm back at the haunted house. So it's at the right time of year, I guess, but I'm sorry. That really stinks. Oh, Heather's back. Hello, back from dinner. Sprint started just under an hour ago. Okay, that's what I thought. Or they start in just under an hour. Made it to chapter 11. Awesome. Greeting, friend. Didn't do much reading. Yeah, totally fine. I feel like for some of us, it's kind of a midday. Take our time, break, relax, maybe do some, productivity where, like you said, you were in the kitchen helping your mom, getting groceries out of the bags. Very nice. That reminds me, I need to do some grocery shopping. Read another 20%, finished a part of my Cat Grim Reaper crochet project. What? That sounds so fun. Every time people bring up crochet, I'm like, that's the hobby I want to start. Not quite done with Crime at Black Dudley. Pretty strong conundrum for a first book in a series, and some not terrible female character. Ooh, that's high praise, because some of those early books, they don't have the strongest women characters. Lynn's Had Lunch, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Ooh, classic. Oh, hello, popping in. I was going to say, you're hoping my stream goes well. Thank you. We are usually streaming at the same time, Books with Dreamcatcher. So if anyone needs to go check out a new, a booktuber that's new to you, maybe check her out. Have read 35 pages tonight, but you might be going to bed. Totally understand. Louise, you are very many hours ahead of us. So thanks for hanging out. Also reading The Emperor's Pearl. Ooh, is this a pearl? Never mind. Pearl isn't a gem. I was like, isn't it? I guess it's a birthstone. Isn't it? I'm mixing that up with opal. I think it makes it
I know diamond is a birthstone.
Yeah. So never mind. Anyways, the Judge D mysteries. Oh, I read the more recent. It's like The Murder of Mr. Ma, and Judge D is featured in that.
Pearl is a birthstone for June.
I knew it. I was like, that's definitely a birthstone. I guess it is then a gemstone. Interesting. I didn't even realize what pearls were. 17% of the Red Pyramid. Enjoying the book, but the audio is driving you crazy. There are 2 narrators, and one of them talks way faster than the other. So then you can't weigh it right, where you're like, okay, 1.5 for everything. No, I've got to up it, and that's really frustrating. We've got less than 2 hours left to finish The Familiar by Lee Bardugo. Awesome. Then you'll switch to Well of Ascension. Got the kiddos from the school. I was gonna say, Alicia, I saw your comment. You left. Now you're back planning dinner. Awesome. Hoping the kittens you were called about can go directly to a shelter, but I'm guessing there's a 40% chance I'll get them for this weekend. Yeah, just a little brief visit, help them get cozy and stuff. Sounds good. Talking about the familiar, but I would take updates on both. Yeah. Today I am going to finish Crimson Bound on audio. Today is going to be a clean and tight. That is when I'm like, okay, it's an audio day. When I'm like, yes, I can clean and I've got an audio going. That's the problem with doing too much immersion reading. And I'm really liking it, but I'm like, Leandra, if you do immersion reading, that means you're going to get nothing done because you're just sitting.
Yeah, that's how I feel about just like doing this physical book. Like when I'm listening to my audio, I'm crocheting, but then like to put it down, it's okay. It's okay to take a break, but also I'm like, but I like to do two things at once.
Yeah, you get too used to it, and then you're like just sitting there flipping a page, and you're like, this is how my reading life started. Like, why am I acting like this is like the worst experience ever? I have one other physical read, and I realized that I don't prioritize it because it's the only book that I don't have the audio for, and I don't want the audio for it. I've actually really enjoyed just physically reading it and taking my time. But when I have the choice, I've been doing stuff that has audio so I can like do other things.
Yeah.
I feel like it's our mentality where we feel like we have to be doing something 24/7, and like physically reading a book, not like maybe it's more so we should be multitasking 24/7. Like to do one isolated task now feels very foreign to me. Not great. But yeah, taking time to slow down, you know what I mean? So
that's why I made myself read. Like I had Home Where the Bodies Are on my Kindle. I had it. And then Libby was like, hey, you only have 24 hours left on your loan or whatever. So I was like, well, I own this book. So I guess I'll just read it. And then I did switch to the audio because Everand had the audio. But I only listened to like 2 chapters of the audio because I didn't care for the audio was fine. It wasn't like an audio problem. It was a me problem. But I was like, I like reading this book with my eyeballs. Like I don't want to. So I think Sunday I went outside and I sat on the porch and I was like, you're going to read this book. So it took me like 2 hours to finish it, which was about what Kindle told me. But I was like, you're going to sit here, you're going to read this book. And like the whole time I was like, I could be cleaning or I could be doing laundry while I listen to an audiobook. And then I was like, no, you have to sit here and read this book. Just read it. It's fine. Nobody is going to like perish while you read the rest of this book.
Yeah, because I've realized that I need to almost not restrict myself, because I don't think restricting yourself in any form is necessarily, the best thing for myself. But I do think I think I need to do some boundaries for how many audios I do in like a month, for instance. Like, anyways, just quickly to Jamie. Yeah, Murder of Mr. Ma is part of that new series. I gave it 2 stars. So I don't know. Up to you. I'm just letting you know I didn't think it was very good. But I hope you're enjoying the original stuff. Like listening to Agatha Christie audiobooks. Oh, with doing puzzles. Yes. Oh, that's really fun. I agree. And I know that there's a few comments responding to our thoughts about like audiobooks, physical books. So we can kind of pause and talk about those. Immersion reading, House of Earth and Blood, then Googled and spoiled some things. And now I get House of Sky. Oh no. Did you mean to spoil things? Was that on purpose? Sometimes we do that where we're like, okay, I actually need to know what's going to happen. But if it was on
House of Earth and Blood has been out long enough that it's hard to Google things and not spoil yourself.
Okay, so maybe it was an accident. Oh, I'm sorry, Jess. That stinks. Embroidery is also a great hobby while audiobook listening. I love the idea of embroidery. Like, I think that'd be a really fun, cozy hobby too. If I have both audio and print, I shift the bookmark so I can resume print reading when I want to. But if I'm doing audiobooks, I'm crocheting. Yeah, and I've kind of thought about that where if I have the audio, then I'll just listen when I'm doing stuff, but then I should make sure to stop and like physically read. But as soon as I start listening, I'm like, I'm listening now.
I
can't stop listening.
I also do this because for videos, your videos do better if you have the physical copy, right? So I will move my bookmark so that I can keep track of how many, especially if I own the book physically, so I can keep track of exactly how many pages I'm reading. But once I start with audio, usually it's hard for me to go back to reading print. Because like even if I have the Kindle version, like I can finish a chapter on audio and then I'll just skip to that chapter in my ebook. But I find it hard to then pick that book up to read with my eyeballs if I've already started listening with my ears.
Yeah. And this is actually, you know, a thoughtful comment too. Like I realize a lot of people do almost exclusively audio, completely fine. Yeah, you don't think about it. Meanwhile, there's people on the other spectrum who only do physical, who just can't do audio. Like I have a few friends at work at the library who are just like, I've tried to get into audio. I can't. Like they zone out too quickly. It just doesn't work for them. Meanwhile, 50 split.
Yeah, and then there's people like me who my majority of reading is done on my Kindle. But some people don't like ebooks. Like they don't like reading that way. And honestly, like I keep track in my tracker for physical books as far as what I own, not how I actually consumed the book. Does that make sense? Yeah. So my format is never how I actually, or sometimes it is, but if it's a physical book, that's not how I consumed it. That's just where it came from my shelf, because then I can look at my spreadsheet at the end of the year and say, oh, I read 50% of my reading was done from my physical TBR. That way I can keep track of what is what. But I do more audio. I think it's like a 60-40 split. So like 60% of my reading is done on my Kindle and 40% is done through audio. But I find if I listen to too many audiobooks in a row, it's like my eyes forgot how to read.
Yeah. Or you just forget how long it takes. You know, it takes longer to read. Like, you know, if I'm like, okay, it's going to take me this long to read a chapter physically, you just don't. It's not going to take the same amount of time as when you're doing audio. But I love seeing some of these people's comments. So like Louise saying only do audio unless you need to pay attention. Then Heather said 90% physical ebook, 10% audio. This year you've been getting into them. That's the other thing. I think that I've only been listening to audios for like maybe the past 2 years, and I'm like getting more and more into them. Like it, you know, I feel like I'm almost trying to make up for lost time. Immersive reading is how I get more of my reading done this year, honestly, because then you can speed it up and there's like less distractions. Where if I'm trying to physically read, I might, you know, get distracted for a minute looking out the window. Whereas if the audio continues playing, I'm still paying attention. You know, I think it allows for continuous reading. Oh, I'm sorry, Jess, you didn't mean to spoil things. Cross stitch while listening to books. So Kirsten, I was like, I know that there's some people in the comments who like more struggle with audio. So Kirsten struggles with audiobooks. I tend to tune them out and focus on what I'm doing more. Yeah. And there are only certain tasks that I can do. Like there have been times when I've been doing a task and I'm like, I'm clearly not listening to this audiobook. Like I didn't, you know, really collect any knowledge. So I'll have to like restart the section. So I definitely agree. The only one that's worked for me is Lord of the Rings. That's really interesting. Cool. Yeah. Or what I've thought too is if you're not a big audio person and it's hard for you to pay attention, that might be a fun way to like reread, like very casually, you know, depending on what the book is. Have learned that I'm not a fan of the audiobooks by Nora Roberts. That can also be a thing where if someone's like, oh, you know, I tried an audiobook once and it didn't work for me. And I'm like, audiobooks are so different. You know, you got to try it a couple times. And then if you try it like 3 or 4 times and it still doesn't work, clearly just audiobooks don't work for you. But if you have one bad experience, it might just be that audio. Like it might just not have been produced very well, you know. Only really new in audio. I'm still finding my audio ears. Oh yeah. And I used to be that person that would listen at 1 time speed to everything. Like I just couldn't do it. Now I've gotten used to it. I can speed it up. Tend to immersion read longer books. Oh yeah. I managed House of Earth and Blood in just over 2 days. If I tried just physical, takes you 2 weeks. Yeah. And also there are certain genres I listen to more than I physically read. Or oppositely, there are genres that I'd rather physically read than audio. So I think we've got different preferences. Majority of reading is ebook and audiobook, both in parallel. And you're obsessed. I love that. I got some quilting fabrics this past weekend. So this winter I may be doing English paper piecing quilting while you're listening. Ooh. Due to some mental health issues lately, I found that audiobooks have been such a gift. I've really struggled to focus on a page. Yes, and that's a great point too, is it just, I think that there was a time for me too when I was just like, I cannot bring myself to focus on a physical page. Like I can't sit still for 20 minutes even. And I was just like, so the only way I could keep reading and keep doing my hobby was listening to audio. So that happens. That's me. I can't focus on reading if I have an ebook format. I have a Nook and I haven't used it in like 2 to 3 years. Yeah, exactly. I know if we even want to bring ebooks into the conversation, I mean, goodness. Jessica, it's the Crescent series. I want to start it next month. Ooh. Just popping in. Hi, Sirvasha. No, you've been deathly ill. I'm so sorry. You finally have the strength to join sprints. Oh, but please take care of yourself. Relax. Especially if you're just getting back on your feet. No worries. Like you've been here without being here. It's just good to see you. I do find that I tend to rate audiobooks lower. Ooh, see. Now we're cracking open some interesting can of worms here. There's probably science behind it. I'm sure. I've thought about that actually, where I've wondered, there have been times where I've enjoyed an audiobook so much and I'm like, has this raised my rating actually?
Yes, I think so. There are certain, like for example, Daisy Jones and the Six. I think that audiobook has saved, like, that, not saved, but definitely improved ratings for people because it's a full cast with the interviews and everything. It's so well done. So, yeah.
Yeah. And it really is like production value. The fact that you can have like multiple POVs, if you have a full cast, if there's like other elements that just like these, voice actors are actors. So it's really interesting. Anyways, we have gone beyond the 15 minutes of chat. What I'll do is I will be sure to hold on, say hello to Rye. Hi, Rye. Welcome. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to start Sarah's most recent comment, and we'll go on a sprint, but we'll come back after that. I'll highlight the good stuff, because if we want to keep talking about like physical books versus audio versus ebook, I'm down, because that sounds like, clearly, can you tell I love that topic? Let me see here. Neva's jumping off though. So we'll be seeing you later, Neva. Thanks for being here.
I might be back for more of a sprint, but apparently I need to go the town over. So
okay, sounds good. No worries. Have fun. Bye.
Bye.
And then there is 2 of us. I think for now we'll do 45, and then we'll have our last sprint be the next one before we go to Margaret's. So that sounds good. You're still with me, Julie, for this one?
Sounds
good. Okay, we will let the cat meow, so don't get startled, friends, and then we'll be here for another 45 minutes. So we'll see you then. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Let us know how you did. Also, just check in. If you've been here since the beginning, it's probably a good time to check in on your water, on your snacks, and everything else. I know that a few people had to leave, which is totally understandable. You know, you've been here all day. So we appreciate that they were able to be here for however long. I ended up finally doing the editing sprint that I was telling myself I was going to do. And I didn't get very far. Yes, little claps for little progress. There's just, it's for the video for Thursday. I did this big challenge for TBR Harvest. It's a vlog, and I'm telling you, I have like 2 hours worth of footage. I don't need to show all 2 hours. You guys don't need to sit there and watch it. You don't want to anyway. But it's like the monotony of going through and like figuring out what I actually need to say. And anyways, I also realized that there was something I was supposed to like record on my computer. And like, as I'm like, oh, as you can see, I didn't record it. So no, you can't see it. And anyway, it doesn't matter. That's pretty much what I did. I also ended up making myself some decaf coffee, as I said I was going to do. But anyways, I saw that you came back with a mug at one point, and I was like, oh, nice. Good, Julie. What did you make for yourself? And also, how did the sprint go?
I also made some decaf coffee. So just a nice little warm beverage for this afternoon. Mm-hmm. And all progress is progress. So, you know, you got something done. I think I'm 50-50 did. The first spooky thing has happened. So
okay.
That's fun. And I messaged Neva a little bit about that. So we'll see how it goes. I really can't decide how I feel about it, because I have to be on the side of at least like one character.
Okay. I know I'm picking up what you're putting down. Like you have to like genuinely want to root for someone. I can get someone who's like gray. Like I know they're not perfect, but I still want to root for them. But if it's everyone I hate, I'm like, all right, let the house kill all of you. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. You know? I'm like, do I really care what happens to these people yet? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, well, but anyways, I'll be interested to hear your thoughts, especially because again, that's another book I borrowed from the library before, like when it first came out, and I just gave it back because I didn't ever pick it up. And I do like haunted house settings. Like that's one of my favorite horror tropes. So yeah, interesting. Also, we're playing a bit of catch up because there were some people who gave their, perspectives on audio versus physical, and I wanted to highlight them. Definitely prefer physical, but don't mind ebook. You do not like audio. Ooh, can't pay attention. Yeah, you're not alone, Sarah. Do a lot of audio for series where I own a few of the books because my library is more likely to have the e-audiobooks. Oh, yeah, rather than print. Yeah, sometimes it's just accessibility. Like I actually don't have access to the physical book. But I think Libby often has the audio. Can only listen to audiobooks if I'm driving. Well, yep, that makes sense. Oh, wait, no. If you're okay, you can only listen to them if like when you're driving. Like you can't listen to them every day. For some reason, I read that as like, like when I'm driving, the only option I have is audiobooks. And it's like, well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I got to Swank. I think Swank also left, by the way. Picky about the audio. I listen. I feel like I don't always enjoy the book as much. Yes. I mean, we've seen this with, I was telling you about Chaos at the Lazy Bones bookshop. Some people just really couldn't get on with this audio narrator, understand. But yeah, seem to struggle with ebooks if I don't have the audio for it. I'm also a newbie to the e-reader. Like I've had an e-reader. I actually think I've had an e-reader for 2 years, but I've really only read a few books on it because I'm just really bad about. So I've been trying to like have like an ebook for the evenings when I can like snuggle up in bed and I can have the lights off or have them dimmed and I can still read. 1-time speed person, totally fine, Saluna. There are some books that I choose to. I don't go as far as 1 speed anymore. I feel like that's like too slow for me. But like 1.25, if I'm really enjoying it, I will purposely slow it down so I can just.
I for a long time was at 1.5 and that was like my max, but recently I'm up to like a 1.752 and that's my happy space unless there's like a heavy accent, then I have to like slow it down a little bit. But like it's funny how you sort of like adjust, you kind of like graduate levels sometimes.
Yeah. Or like, and especially when I'm physically reading, if I'm like reading with audio, 7.75 to 2.0. You know what I also do is I realize it depends, but if I keep upping the speed, like suddenly I'm at 2 times and I'm like, I think I just want to finish this book. I think I'm not I'm not enjoying it. So it's like I will do that to get through a book if I'm really not feeling it too. And it's easier to finish an audio, I think, than to finish a physical book that you're not liking. Like that audio change can really be like, okay, well, if I listen to it at 2 times speed, I can finish this book in an hour versus if I, we're physically reading it, maybe I'm dedicating 2-3 hours to it and I'm like, can't do it.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, but you did audio book for Clarissa, which is very long classic, but I was packing to move. See, I think audio for classic is a good hack. Like people who aren't into classics, I think audio makes sense, to be honest. Depends on the audiobook, but if I'm reading along with it, then I listen between 2 times. Oh my gosh. I'm not there yet, Heather. Oh my. I know some people can't listen less than 2.5. I mean, if Neva was still here, she'd probably say that she was like that. Might reread War and Peace next year using an audio. Again, I think that's the fun hack to do that. I think I rate audiobooks higher. You and me both, Servasha. I think I tend to, especially if I'm just enamored with like the voice narration, like the cast of characters who, of the people behind it who are just delivering these lines in such a good way. I'm like, yeah, like especially humor. If like a voice narrator can hit that humor, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so fun.
I know Neva was saying she doesn't prefer the graphic audios, but I do. I do like them because it is a little bit more. A lot of times there are full cast, like there's a different narrator for every person and there's some sound effects. So I like them for certain things. I'm sure there's things that I would be like, no, but I do like them.
It might be like the level, how graphic, like what sounds enhances our experience and what sounds you can tell they just had a big budget and they're like, let's put a sound to everything. I was physically reading Bury Your Gaze. And then I got the audio in and I was like, okay, well, it could be, I've heard the audio is great. So let me listen while I'm reading. And there's actually a little bit of like mixed media, we'll call it, where you do get it in script format, like only a couple scenes. And I didn't realize. So in the audio, they give a different voice for those sections, which I was like, oh, that's cool. And in only those sections, kind of leaning into the script element of it being a performance, it's graphic.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my, like this is purposeful graphic sound where like in the regular narration, we don't have it. But, in the mixed media element, we do hear like the door creak open and, he puts his stuff on the counter and you hear kind of like clattering. And it's like, okay, I can get behind this, like those little mundane sounds for the purpose that it's behind. So, yeah. Hello, Stacey. You joined us while we were in like a bit of a discussion. You're reading, your pre-order. And oh my gosh, it arrived today. I love that. I want to be that person where if I pre-order a book and it comes that day, I crack it open.
Yeah.
Because I'm not.
That's the dream.
Yeah, you're living our dream, Stacey. So enjoy it for all of us. This is where a handful of people ended up leaving. Meanwhile, Jamie just finished a book, also have to head out, so perfect timing. Meanwhile, Puck's joined us. Hello. Reading some of a novella, Splinter. It's a Sleepy Hollow retelling. Someone else was reading, actually, Sleepy Hollow, the original, I think, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. And a little of the anthology, Queer Little Nightmares. Ooh. Reading some Spy Family, but then I remembered that I arranged to make a phone call, so you'll probably won't hear from me until the teleportation occurs. Okay, sounds good. Well, actually, I've touched base with Margaret. We're going to go for another 45. She'll start at 6:30. I think it should balance out. I think it'll work out well for us, just so that you guys are prepared for that. Because if we didn't, then it'd be like this weird half an hour if I just like ended. So we've committed. We're committing to 6:30. It's fine. Not going to lie, that whole sprint I was watching Bondi Vets. I don't even know what that is. You're going to have to let us know, Jess, so I can be in on it. Because I'm feeling FOMO. Also say hi to Neo, who just wants all the cuddles. He's saying it's raining and it's cold. So I just want some. Oh, perfect. Then that, you have, the excuse to not do anything and just cuddle up with him. Not sure how much I read, but you read. You know what? Yeah. like we read. I didn't read actually, so you did more than I did as far as interacting with books. Read 11 chapters of Station 11. That's perfect.
Wow.
That's like of the title. I hope you're enjoying it. I still, it's not a negative emoji that you're using, so I think you're liking it. Get caught up in cleaning. 26% made it to, so you read 26%. So you're at a third of your book, especially at the speed that you listen to. Boom. Nice. 150 pages in my book. Oh my gosh. You're in the thick of it. You're in the thick of it, Christy. That sounds great. Played a bit of a game and got 22 pages read. Awesome, Stacy. Chapter 8, A Murder and a Wedding. Ooh, that's a fun. I think is that the title? That sounds so fun.
Was the murder at the wedding?
Yeah, it's like, ooh, a murder at the wedding. Who was it? Was it the vicar? Was it the pastor? Y'all have me wanting a hot drink, so I think I might make some hot tea. Yes, honestly, it's just, even though it's still not necessarily cold here, it's just comforting, Finished Crime at Black Dudley. Fun book. Need to finish The Emperor's Pearl next, so I can log it for Fablen. Yes. Yeah. I can't remember how long we have for this this act. Do you remember?
27th, I think.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. 27th. Okay. Good. Okay. Because I was like, I am nowhere near finishing Tress, and then we've got 2 more acts to do for that. Saved your game. Yes. Okay. Phew. Seriously, you're gonna like cause yourself to be really like on the ball about that from now on. Physical book girly, but getting into ebooks more. But I cannot do audiobooks. It doesn't click with my brain. Oh my gosh, totally understand, Christy. I think a handful of people had said that, like Sarah, Kirsten above. Yeah, I know what you mean. And it does depend. There have been books that I've started on audio, and I'm like, nope, I'm going to need the physical book. Can't do it on audio, so I get that. Less than 1 hour to finish my book. Awesome. You might not finish it, before we head off, but that's okay. You can always finish it tomorrow. It's because that's how fast where are you at? I think I missed the additional, but yeah, you do listen at a faster speed. Oh, that's because of how fast I read the words on the page. Yes, and I realize that even when I do it at like 1.75 speed, it's not quite fast enough, but I like feeling as though I'm keeping the integrity of the narrator's voice. Because if I listen too fast, it just doesn't sound natural anymore, even if I'm processing it. So recently listened to a book that was just meh, sped it up to 1.5 until my interest was piqued, put it down to yes. Yeah. I love that. It's like, I think the more interested I am, the slower I make the book.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Consumed Fourth Wing. It was the graphic audio. Yeah, that.
Yeah, I can see that part being weird.
That's like the kind of the fallback where you're like, not everything needs to be graphic. How about that? Not everything needs to be there. Near the end of books, I often increase speed. I know the voices I can process. Oh, that's the other thing. You just get used to them. That's true. Very true. Graphic Audio Studio makes great fantasy audiobooks. Ooh, okay. I'm going to star that so I can keep them in mind. Gonna head to bed. No worries. Yeah, you spent the last hour playing Animal Crossing. That sounds lovely. Yeah. We support cozy sprints. I haven't had the ability to do that yet. I think I might go for a walk for our final sprint. Maybe that'll be my cozy version of it. But good night, Kirsten. Thanks for popping in. I re-listened to my faves at 1 time speed. Discworld books, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah, just back in the world, enjoying yourself. Yeah, I like that. Listen to Sleepy Hollow Classic last week. First classic of the year. Oh my gosh. Listen, I read classic Golden Age books, but I just don't think they count. So I don't really know how many classics I've read, that are outside my comfort zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jess, hello. Bondi Vets is an Australian show that follows a veterinarian practice. Bondi.
Oh.
I appreciate you. Thanks to Luna, a fellow Australian, in the comments. Well, Jess is an Australian. She's a New Zealander, but same part of the world. Yeah. And then it's an Aussie vet show, Bondi. The clinic is almost right on the beach. Ooh. Oh my gosh, sounds lovely. I'm reading this as just an ebook. Oh, okay. Good to know. No, that is the action. Ooh, I was so close to finishing this before the cat meowed. I'm always in a race. Still reading Pleading the Fifth. I have about 25 minutes in this story. Oh, so meh. Oh no. We don't like to see meh. Really into it. So glad I powered through my intimidation and decided to pick it up. Woohoo! Glad I'm really glad that you're enjoying it. And then Sarah's popping back in because again, Sarah is hosting her own sprints. So really nice of you. But yeah, I might have to Google Bondi vets to like check out what Saluna and Jess see in it because that sounds really fun. Okay, well, again, we're going to do one more sprint. Then we'll have a brief chatty bit before we send you guys over to Margaret. It'll be perfect timing. I'll put up the banner so we don't forget. Let me see here. Now, I want to make sure it says Margaret. Sometimes, if anyone's interested, sometimes I send you guys over to Kelsey, who's also really lovely. She starts at 6 o'clock usually, so she is going to be starting in a half an hour. But because Margaret's doing stuff for the readathon, I'm going to do it for her. Okay, we're good. We'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. That was our last sprint on this channel. Obviously, we are heading over to Margaret's in about 15 minutes. I checked in with her. She's good to start at 6:30, which is great. How did everybody do? I ended up going for a walk. So I did walk. I did about like a mile walk. I actually ended up switching books, and I'm listening to this audiobook. I'm very early days, but it is The Haunting of Velkwood.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like very blurry. I don't really know how else to do it, but I'm listening to that audiobook right now. I'm 10% in because the audiobook leaves me in a handful of days. Getting the lay of the land, meeting the main characters. I know that everyone has liked this book. Like every single person. You liked this book, right?
I did. What is this book?
Maybe I'm wrong. Never mind. Maybe I'm The Haunting of Velkwood? I thought Jess said you liked it, but maybe it was a different Julie.
The Haunting?
I might be wrong. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I pointed a finger at you too, accusatory. It might have been someone else that Jess had mentioned, but she was like, a handful of us have really loved this book. So you might like it, actually. Maybe I'm recommending it to you. Yeah, because it's also, there are some people who are predicting that it might be on the Goodreads Choice Awards list as well, which is pretty exciting. Okay. Yeah, yes. So listen to that while I was walking, and then as soon as I got back, like with 10 minutes to spare, I edited a little bit more, and I'm feeling a bit more confident randomly. I know I only edited like a minute of footage, but I was like, okay, it's not that bad. I don't know why. It's fine. How did you do?
Good. I got a little distracted because my sister came home and we were chatting a little bit, so I had a little bit of like a break, and then I did some like content planning for next month and like through the end of the year and kind of just writing some things out. So I kind of took a little break, and then I read some more of this, but I don't know. I'm kind of considering DNFing it because it's just,
oh no. Yeah.
It's just not, it's fine, but it's not like nothing has changed, which is what a Grady Hendrix is so interesting because like if I DNF this will be a DNF. I have a 3-star and a 5-star from him, so no clue.
Yeah, and then it makes you question whether you should like keep picking up his books, or it really is hit or miss. So you've got to prepare yourself. Like, I could DNF this book, or I'll love this book. And you usually don't feel that way about authors. I'm trying to think if I have an author like that.
Yeah, like I think I would just borrow his books from the library.
No, like, yeah, 100%. Borrow from the library, and then if you love it, buy it.
Right. So like, because I like pre-ordered this one, and now it's like, so
those I think hurt the most when you pre-order the book and then you just don't like it, and you're like, wow, I have been waiting for this book for so long and paid full price for it and all of that. But yeah, if you need to, DNF, because it does feel like you haven't been speaking as though you've been enamored at any point. You've just kind of been like waiting for it to hit, and then it hasn't. And it's just like, how much of you can you give this book before you're like, okay, now I'm just wasting my time.
Right. And I'm 150 pages in, and I feel like that's a pretty good try.
Oh, so that's a lot. 150 pages. And you're only physically reading it too. So you're wasting the most amount of like sit down time,
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I kind of usually do in these situations is I'll read it till I go to bed, and then I'll be like, if it doesn't pick up till I go to bed, I'll just like DNF it. But kind of like, rather than trying to start something new or like change tracks, I'll just kind of, finish out the evening and then be like, I gave it a good college try, and that's it.
So. Yeah, and then you're giving yourself, restart tomorrow, kind of like, oh, new book, or like when you wake up, like, okay, I'm down to continue this book. It kind of gives you a bit of time to think about it. But, oh, goodness. Let me see where we were at. I know that Michaela joined us. Hello, you're cooking dinner. listening to Fire, second book in the Graceling series. Awesome. Just in time, we can go over to Margaret's channel so you can keep reading it while you're making dinner or eating dinner at that point. Just came in to say a quick hello. Hi, Alex. This will be a rewatch for me. Oh, that's really nice of you. But if you stick around, you can go over to Margaret's so you can get some live sprints. Got home after a 12-hour shift. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Head to bed. Yes. Please head to bed. I hope that, your body can, rest, and tomorrow is not as stressful, because no matter what, even if you love your job, a 12-hour shift is the worst. Meanwhile, we have a finished book, Finished the Willows, onto yellow wallpaper. That's a classic. Got through four pages. No, page 57. Nice. Awesome, Stacy. Your finger reviews it. I was going to say, I was like, either you read 4 pages and you're now on page 57 or something. We got there. That's so funny. Fit in 2 chapters of Spy Family after touching base with my friend. Via El Telefono. Very nice. I need to get back to that series, actually. I think I'm on volume 6. I've read up to volume 6 for Spy Family. Chapter 11.
I think I'm caught up to what's translated. I think.
Are you caught up to? And is it done, or is it still going?
I'm pretty sure it's. I don't know if it's like done, but it's not done being translated.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out if Spy Family is it 12? I think it's 12 volumes.
I think 12.
And then I think there's an additional like family portraits.
Yeah.
Bonus. I think it might be done. People in the comments can correct us.
Yeah.
And not by us, I mean me. I'm not speaking for Julie. By the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I could be completely wrong.
Cleaned up a few things. Got dinner. Yeah, Julie, look it up while I get through the comments. Page 20 pages of Blue 7. Yeah, of course, Alicia. I'm glad you're here. I know you kind of left. You came back. But I hope your nonfiction is going well, and that you're enjoying it. Read 4.5 chapters of Station 11. Oh, you are flying through. Hope you'll enjoy your read. Oh, it was a 5-star for you. See, a lot of Haunting of Velkwood. I'm telling you. Julie, I think this is going to be a book for you too.
It's time to put down this haunting and get a new one.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and this one, it's like a haunting of like a suburban street. Like something happened to these like 8 houses where like everyone just disappeared. And it's also like this section where you almost, it's like the dome, like Under the Dome with Stephen King, where people can't enter. So that like it's like, a verse. And so the government has like towers watching the area to see if anything happens. So it's like a haunted street. Almost in the absence of people. Like the main character, her sister and her mother were like home when it happened. So they're just gone. Like they're basically like, she's like, I don't know if they're dead, if they're haunting our house. Like they may be living their lives, but something's preventing us from seeing them. So, okay.
I just borrowed it. It was available from the library.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll have to talk about it. I'm only 10% in. So yeah, we can chat while we're reading it. I keep forgetting to keep track of the pages. Oh, don't worry, Sammy. You're totally fine. But you did keep track and let us know that Kelsey's not sprinting tonight. So you're keeping track of other things. Been slow morning, but I swear I'm going to clean in the first Margaret sprint. Listen, you had to respect your cat. He was not moving. You're staying where you are. So that's our logic. Did get to 40% in Crimson Bound. Awesome. Yeah, have a good night, Katie. It was great to see you. Actually reading the most recent volume. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say 14 says it is out, so there are more.
Oh, so yeah, and then Lynn's continues the discussion. It's ongoing. It comes out bi-weekly on Manga Plus.
Nice.
I had no idea. I'm gonna have to tell the library I work at, because I don't think we've bought the new stuff.
Yeah.
Loved that book throw. Yes. You're like, done. Over. You're like, anyways. The chapter and obviously supporting the fact of moving on to this haunting.
Yeah.
There is some high support. Literally, I haven't met one person who hasn't enjoyed it. And Danny enjoyed it. Jess, as I mentioned, enjoyed it. there were a few other people who I think they really liked it. The chapter I just read before this chat actually is giving me major Agatha Christie vibes. You know what's so funny is actually the manga that Brittany introduced me to thanks to the Amazing Readathon, Dinosaur Sanctuary. I can't remember which volume it is. It might be like volume 3 or 4. But that one, they were like investigating the strange behavior of a dinosaur, and they were like, we need to do a stakeout and stuff. And I was like, it's just a mystery. And then the next volume, it must have been volume 3, because then volume 4, a like velociraptor was on the loose, and they had to go like basically sleuth out where it could be in the city to try to get it. And I was like, I love that.
I need to try that manga. It sounds so cute. I
think you'll really enjoy it. Yeah, it is really cute. It's like the cutest like version of what Jurassic Park could be. Like it is, there's no danger. It's very cute. Well, there's some danger, but it's very sweet. I think you'd really like it. So well, on that note, we have a few minutes until Margaret's sprint start, but we're going to wrap things up to make sure that you guys get there in time so you can enjoy the start of, our Fablen queen, our quest master. So I hope you guys have a lovely evening or morning / afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And also be sure to check out Julie, check out Neva. If you end up refreshing the page, you'll see that both of them are linked. So you can just like go subscribe, It's a good time. We talk about books. Do you have anything else beyond your video that came out today? Anything on the horizon?
This weekend is going to be probably when you'll next see me. I'm going to be on Neva's 24-hour sprints. We're doing that this weekend. So that's when I'll be next on the interwebs.
Okay, cool. That's a good plug too, a reminder. So these are 24-hour sprints. They're like Fablen based, but obviously if you're here for TBR Harvest, you can go and hang out. It starts on Neva's channel. I'm assuming it usually does.
Yes, I think Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern, I think.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, and it literally, just goes the entire 24 hours. So sounds great. And yeah, thanks for being here, Glenda. You guys have been such a great crowd. We've been having some great discussions. But okay, so let me set you guys over there, and we'll see you at Margaret's. So bye, friends. See ya.